Hello, everyone. Happy middle of the week for those that celebrate it. We are back. Internet is back and available. It took them all of 5 minutes to fix it this morning. So I'm going to take advantage of that. We're going to go for probably a few hours tonight, about 4 hours or so is my hope. So that we can just mess around with some Prepatch stuff. I may go longer depending on how I'm feeling, what the energy feels like, and things like that. So, I hope everyone is having a good day so far. I hope that the pre-patch is there. Bella is. And Bella is back. We love that. Thank you for the 17 months, almost a year and a half. That is wild to me. Wild to me. So, also it says a lot that I've been streaming for a while, but like, Bella, you might legitimately be like the first subscriber that was not my brother. I'll have to check the age on your the time frame on that, on his sub, but yeah. So I appreciate that. It is good to see you, friend. I know that because I think my younger brother subscribed. My older brother refuses to subscribe because yeah, you were one of the well, the founders are like within, I think it's like the first like 5 people to subscribe are classified as founders. I think that's what that badge means. I'll have to look. Yeah, it's like one of the first. It's not like the first. Because I have that badge on my friend Leyland's stream, and but there's like, I think only 5 of us or so have it. I'm gonna hold on to that badge for as long as I can because she's awesome. But yeah, so you're like one of the first, like I think 3 or 5 people to subscribe to my channel. That wasn't like a gifted type sub. So yeah, my younger brother I think was one of the first ones to subscribe, although I don't think he keeps his up. And then I think it was you, and then I've had a few people come in since then mainly over the last couple of months. Like you keeping your subscription and my brother keeping my subscription was the reason I was getting Twitch payouts like once a year. Because they don't pay out until you make at least $50. And so between yours and his subscription being $6 total a month that I make, yeah, it was like every 10 months I was getting a Twitch payout. Because of the generosity of some others, I will be getting a Twitch payout much faster than that, but we shall see. So yeah, dude, this week has been a week already. Well, then I'm still number 1. I agree. That's why you have VIP too. But no, this week has been a whole month. To the point that was almost tempted yesterday to reach out to my therapist and say, hey, do you have a slot for me this week? Because I think after I go next week, I'll start picking up every other week or every week with her, because she just reduced the cost of my sessions while I'm out of insurance. So that's useful. But yeah, Monday, a bunch of stuff happened. I'm not ready to really talk about all of that. Yesterday, I slept. Monday I was sick. I will talk about that. I've been feeling rough all weekend. Like, I started feeling a little off on Friday. Felt a little more off on Saturday, but like between my remake stream and then going to my brother's house and doing board game night with them, like I kind of ignored it. Sunday I started to feel a little worse, and then Monday, whatever little 24-hour bug I guess that I was catching decided to make its presence like very well known. And what happens usually when I get sick is if it's not just like a straight fever like cold, then for me actually what happens is that I actually almost always have stomach problems when I get sick because of how bad my acid reflux is. So it flared along with the little low fever. I mean, it never was dangerous. It was like, I think the highest my fever hit was like 100. enough to suck, but not enough to like be of any true concern other than just, you know, you take some Tylenol, take some autism, and move on with your life. But like, the stomach side sucked. I was on the brat diet for the majority of the day, and it wasn't until like 6 o'clock that night or 7 o'clock that night when I finally started holding food down, because I was not holding food down. So obviously I didn't take Monday to stream because I was just like, I would not have been entertaining at all, even though I wanted to finish Final Fantasy VII Remake before pre-patch release. That just, world decided it wasn't. Then yesterday I slept until like 11:15. Like, I went to bed around midnight and I slept until 11. So I think my, you know, and the night before, honestly, like Sunday night into Monday, I'd slept 10 hours. So I think my body was also just telling me something. So I wake up at 11. I take a quick shower, and I'm coming over, sit at the computer, and I'm like, okay, well, I know I've got until later on tonight, but I'll go ahead and I'll, you know, because I've been sick the past 2 days, I was like, let me just do my content stuff for the week. Obviously, I'll do some job hunting, get some stuff out there, and then I'll do some like tasky admin work. Like, I'm looking to add stuff to the stream in terms of assets, little things that maybe people can do to interact with it a little bit more, little things like that. And so I'm sitting down, I'm getting ready to be prepped for that, and I just happened to hear like this screaming outside. I'm thinking, okay, you know, it's Martin Luther, you know, day after Martin Luther King Day. I know there's a couple of kids that are like homeschooled. I'm like, maybe it's just that. And I look over towards my front window, because like that's the direction it's coming from. And I have like a hand-me-down couch. It's brown. Okay. I also keep my blinds closed like 90% of the time. I don't open my blinds pretty much at all. But I look over, and through my closed blinds, I look, and my couch has this orange lighty glow on it. I'm like, that's weird. So I get up and I like crack open one of the shades of the blind, and I look towards where it's coming from, and it's my neighbor. And I just see this flame shooting up onto the edge of their house. I'm like, oh shit. So I open the door immediately. And I step out, and my neighbor, the wife that lives there, is like freaking out, and I can hear it. So I step out beyond the little fence area, and the only thing she does, she just hands me her 2-year-old kid. Like, just hands it. Like, doesn't even ask, can I hold it? She just hands it to me. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm obviously gonna do this, because I look, and like the corner of their house is now on fire. So I'm just holding this 2-year-old who's like doesn't fully like sees that his mom is freaking out, but isn't 100% sure like what's going on. And so like at this point I'm just like, well, I don't want to freak him out, because like, not my job. So I'm just sitting there asking him like what toy he's holding, and I'm like talking to him and stuff like that. And shout outs to the fire department. Like, from the time that I heard on the speakerphone help is on the way, like the fire department was there within 3 minutes, and they got the thing contained. And you know, they went in, and they like, the other thing is I posted some photos of it on Twitter and Blue Sky if you're on those platforms, but like the way that the apartments are set up here is that they are staggered a little bit. So like one will be out there, and then one next to it will be staggered back like 5 feet or something like that. It's like 5 or 6 feet on the entrance. So like technically my neighbor's front door is 5 feet in front of mine if you're looking straight down the line. And in a weird way, that probably saved my apartment, because the flames didn't crawl back far enough on the house in order to potentially become a risk to mine. But fire department, they put it out, got it under control. And one of the guys was like, hey, you live in this one? I said, yeah. He said, is the door unlocked? I said, yeah. And he's like, all right, I need to do an inspection just to see if there's any potential risk to your apartment with this. And I said, all right, that's fine. You know, and at that point, I don't really care, because like I'm just wanting to make sure that we're there. Like, this woman had, when I got her baby, and she's like, sets her phone down on my hood of my car and runs back inside her house to get her cat. Like, she runs by the flames and stuff to grab her cat. So I'm just like, Jesus, this woman's a badass, number one. You know, so at that point, I'm just like, is her cat okay? Is she okay? Is obviously this kid seems okay, because I'm sitting there holding him, and he's having a little talk with me. And of course, when the firefighters came and started pulling out all the hose and stuff, he thought it was just like a grand old time. So we watched that together, and in that moment, like, it's funny, like, even in the midst of everything, in that moment, I was like, damn, I kind of wish Ryan was standing here next to me. My son Ryan was standing here next to me, because like, he would love watching firefighters do the work, right? You know, it's cool. But like, she finally comes over and she's like, I need to hold my baby. And I'm like, yes, please, absolutely do. You know, so I had to give my statement to the deputy, because obviously I was right there. They got everything under control. They kind of ripped down the gutter that had definitely caught flame, because I mean, all of us have a bunch of leaves in our gutters because we have trees everywhere around this apartment. And they ripped out some of the wood and actually cut in a little bit into their house, to where, you know, into their bedroom, basically. But they come to me and they're like, hey, you're good. It's like, all right, cool. You know, I at that point, I expected it. Of course, I'm texting my family. I'm texting Mina at this point as well, letting her know. And I text my ex-wife and let her know, like, hey, just so you know, this happened. You know, I'm trying to find out if there's any sort of potential threat to my apartment, waiting for the damage assessment, stuff like that. Because obviously, like, I've got my son this weekend. So, you know, I felt like it was only fair and appropriate for her to find out if you know, like, hey, something happened, and like, the home that your son stays in has this going on, you know, even though he only stays here for like 36 hours. And even this weekend, he wants to stay with my parents, which is fine. But like, it didn't dawn on me until almost an hour afterwards. Like, I was out there for about an hour, like, you know, do that. Husband obviously got home and made sure everything was good and stuff like that. And then once all the firefighters and stuff left, I went back inside and sat down and like went to open my phone so that I could, you know, I took a couple photos and stuff. I went to open my phone so I could be like, yo, scary shit happened, you know, send photos to my family. And like, my phone is very slow to open, and it doesn't dawn on me right away. And then I look up and I notice that my modem only has one light on it. Normally it has 5. Normally it has 5 lights. I notice it only has one light, which is the power light. And I go, oh. And so sure enough, I step back outside and I go look, and the wire, the internet cable that runs from wherever they, for cable internet, wherever they latch it from, they ran it up the side of the next door neighbor's apartment, and then into the entry point at in my apartment. That wire, there was like a 3-foot stretch of it that had completely melted because of the flames. And I was like, so that explains a lot. So yeah, that's why I didn't have internet yesterday. I was basically mobile tethering my desk, because I had a company that reached out and wanted me to do some potential pre-interview screening. So I did that through mobile tethering, and, you know, check social media to let everyone know that I was safe and stuff like that. And I called the company and I was like, hey, I don't have internet service. And I said, before you try to troubleshoot anything, I know exactly why. And the lady at the other end, thankfully, was like, all right, why do you not have service? And I said, well, because the line that plugs from the outside into my house, my neighbor's apartment caught fire, and that line got melted. And she goes, oh, okay then. So she goes, yeah, well, I don't have anything for today, but let me get a tech out between 8 and noon tomorrow. I'll get you scheduled early. And then, you know, since you called me at this time, like, she looked up and she goes, okay, your service was officially lost at this time. So I think it was at like 12:05 or something like that. So she goes, from 12:05 until your service comes back on, you know, we'll credit you basically for the time that you don't have service, because obviously it's not like you doing something malicious that caused you to not have service. Great. So I'm sitting there hoping that a tech can come out, like they get a cancellation and come out, because I know they fix, like, it's very easy. I just don't know where everything is at. in order to do it myself. Like I could have done it myself, but I didn't know where all that stuff was at. So no cancellations happened, which is why I had to cancel stream yesterday. I got on long enough to basically do Demon Hunter talents. And then my mobile tethering was just not cooperating with me. And I was trying to like, I had a couple of like ASMR streamers that I've starting to become friends with. And we just like, I reached out to them and said, hey, just so you know, I'm not gonna be active in your streams tonight because I usually, either will raid them or will watch them after I close my streams. I was like, hey, I'm not gonna be really all that active because here's what happened. Of course, they're like, as long as you're safe, that's what's most important. So it's like everyone was cool with each other. And so I set an alarm for 8 a.m. this morning. Of course, I still didn't go to bed till like 2 a.m. because that's just what happens now. I've been out of work for almost 4 months now. And it's gotten to the point where my night owlism is taken over. So I'm up until like 1 or 2 in the morning most nights. And then I wake up around most days 9. And then I lay in bed for another hour and a half. But I set an alarm because I was like, well, if this guy's going to be here by 8, I want to be up and like at least dressed. Because I don't sleep wearing a lot of clothes. But like, he called me at 9 and was like, hey, I'll be there in like 10 minutes. It's cool. So he comes, he knocks on the door, he's looking at his phone the whole time, probably updating his little service stuff that he has to do on his end. And he said, all right, I was looking at your service order. It says that it's an external cable, but he goes, but company requires that I check your inside cables. He's like, all right, where's your setup? So I just point to the corner of the living room. And he literally walks over, like barely leans over, looks at it and goes, yeah, that's not the problem. And then walks outside and he goes, all right, where's the external cable? And I pointed to it and he looks at it for like 3 seconds and then goes, all right, I'm getting the ladder. Because he saw it too. I mean, it's like a 3-foot section that was melted. It's like melted into the side panel. 5 minutes later, I look over at my router and I've got full power and it's shining up and all that stuff. And he's like, you're good to go. He checked my equipment just to be safe, make sure that it's all up to date and stuff like that. And he's like, oh, shows that you have 2 routers. So I gave him the old one that they told me to replace like months ago back. And I've been online. So I did some job hunting this morning. I took a nap because I'm not used to waking up before like 9:30 most days. And then did some work with my Demon Hunter guides. I did some cleaning up of my PC in general because I uninstalled a couple games that were like 100 gigs a piece. And I've been having weird frame rate issues ever since, for like a few days now. So I've been trying to figure that out to where to like try and figure out like what's going on with like my game, because I'm just trying to sit here and get get my frame rate issues fixed. And I've noticed it a little bit like in my videos and stuff like that. And it's like not a graphics card thing or anything like that as far as I can tell. So I'm still on the hunt to try and figure out what's going on with particularly WoW and why I'm only getting 20 frames per second right now. So, but we'll see. All right, let's move over to the gameplay screen. So I've got my Demon Hunter on, because what I'm going to do is I am going to try to do something like a key or something like that as Devourer here, but the main thing that I want to do initially is just kind of show off the UI. And I put some screenshots in a few places. Yeah, it's been shitty. Like right now I'm getting 35, 33 frames a second, something like that. I got to figure out what's going on. So but I'm going to show off my UI. I've been developing this one on beta quite a bit, and then I ported it over to retail and got it like 90% of the way there. So this is definitely set up for tanks and DPS. This uses literally one add-on that actually customizes any look, and that is Better Blizz Frames, which is customizing mainly only the target player frame. And that's it. And it does some like small stuff in the background of all the other frames, but nothing major. So I set this up basically with the idea in mind that like they're like, for raid purposes, I'm a demon hunter, so I don't need to see things like dispels, or I don't need a misdirect. I can just macro that if I needed to, if I had something like that, which on my hunter I definitely will. But like still have like party frames somewhat in the middle, just because like that's where I'm used to seeing party frames. And I built this thing kind of from the ground up with that in mind, knowing that that's like the situation that I find myself in. So I did the kind of 3-bar setup that Blizzard does. In reality, most of my specs, I could probably drop this down to 2 and just get some new key binding muscle memory going. Because like with the way they scaled everything back, like I at least on this class, like I don't need 3 action bars, because I only got 3 on this button. And I could easily fix that, no problems. And then my 4th action bar right here only shows when I'm out of combat. So the moment I enter combat, because this is just like things like my Hearthstone, Recuperate, my Repair Mount, it'll have things like my Professions, Warband stuff on it, things like that. And going from there. So only shows when I'm out of combat. Pet bar, stance bar, possess bar, vehicle exit button, they're all there. I do have this like organized for the purposes of pet classes, thinking hunter, because I am going to be playing hunter a little bit as an alt in Midnight, so I wanted to kind of, with that in mind, go from there. And obviously we have our DPS meter, and then our raid timeline, which I need to make some more tweaks to, but I want to get truly into like a raid situation before I see that. And then like these boss warnings, I don't really care about the medium and minor ones. It's the critical ones that are usually like abilities that you have to like do something with or dodge in order to get there. And then, like I said, the player and target frame, Better Blizz Frames, I use those to class color them and allow me to remove the photo. And then my cooldown tracker, I have set up to where like it covers a lot of things. And in fact, I'm going to adjust this. So I know a lot of people are looking at places like Luxos and things like that. I've had a few people ask like, why does the why do people like what's the deal with like the cooldown tracker and stuff like that? And like, I think the big thing is that people just don't really know how to use it. So I kind of want to talk through like on Devour, and I'll adjust this for Havoc and stuff like that too here in a moment. But like a lot of people you just have to think about how you want your information organized, and the cooldown thing will allow you to do that. Sorry, hang on. All right. But a lot of people don't. Thanks for the alert, Bella. But a lot of people don't know. Like, I think the big thing that people are overwhelmed by is the fact that like you actually have to sit down and like customize this for yourself. And one of the things that happened with things like the Luxos packages and the Affinar Weekar packages, or the class packages that were made by like people in like the class discords and stuff like that, is that like people didn't have to think about how to organize information. They just kind of did it and then just to learn to adapt to it. And one of the things about the cooldown manager is that it kind of puts things in a way that doesn't always make sense, and you have to adjust it yourself. Now, luckily, we have the ability to do that. But I've noticed that like people are now like upset because they now have to kind of think for themselves on this. And so the way that I organize my cooldown manager is that I put core rotational abilities on the left hand side always. So in this case, Reap, Void Blade for when I'm playing Scarred. and then Void Ray, and then my cooldown and Void Meta, and then I have the Hunt and Spontaneous Immolation. Now the other thing that I do in my essential cooldown section is I'm going to put my defensive up here, and I'm going to put my kick up here. And the kick is the important one. It's like defensive and kick are always going to go to the farthest right. It'll be defensive kick. It'll be the last 2 slots on the far right every time. And I'm going to do that across the board for every tank and DPS that I have. Now tanks, obviously, if they have multiple defensives, it'll be a little bit different. You know, like for example, on VDH, right now it's Fiery Brand, but like on Prop Paladin, I'll put like Ardent Defender there. You know, depending on how many things I have on this row, I might put things like Ancient Kings or IF Tier up there, for example. But what this does is this makes it so that my setup is always the same. And generally speaking, the cooldown is always going to generally be in the middle. And what that does is that makes it so that I know every single time in every single combat exactly where I'm going to look. If I need to figure out, oh, is my Void Blade up for my, you know, Scarred play style, I can look to the left and be fine. Oh, is Void Ray up? Obviously, I can look at my, you know, my Fury, but I also have the ability to look at this. Cooldown is always right in the middle, so I know that when I look at it, I just look straight dab in the middle, and we're good there. And then defensive and kick are always on the right side, so I know if I have my defensive up for an ability, I can call it quickly. And if my kick is up, I can make that call as well if I'm in like a coordinated group. So this is how I kind of set up my my stuff. And I'll kind of pause until the ads are over. We got 3 minutes of ads going. I forgot those fire up like 30 minutes into my stream. That'll give me a chance to refill water real quick. So let me do that while we're waiting on the ads. All right, we got about a minute and a half left on the ads here. Emery, appreciate you very much. How are you? I know you're tired. On the iPad, so no sound. So, all right. So ad break should be over now. So for the, so yeah, for the essential cooldowns, that's kind of how I do it, and I think that's like a good starting point for a lot of people. And you could do it different ways. You could put your defenses on the left or whatever the case may be. But for me, that's just like because of the way Americans read left to right. And so I think if you do it in that way, it'll make it, and you can do that streamlined across all of your specs, then I think you're in a position where you are going to have way less to stress about as you continue to play your character, um and as you kind of like mess around with each of your particular specs. So like just find a way that like makes sense to you. Like, so again, so for those that are just um joining me, the way I'm going to organize this essential cooldowns is rotational ability, rotational ability, rotational ability in this case, and then cooldown, cooldown. This is just a passive ability. I don't even give a damn about this. And then I put defensive and then interrupt. So now again, if you have a spec multiple defensives, like for example, I know Hunter with tenacity pets have, 2 or 3 defensives. There's different ways that you can organize that as you need to, and go from there. Sorry guys, in chat I'm messing with my sis Emery, my chosen sis, not blood sis, but we call each other brother and sister because it's how we treat each other. She's about to be the mother of a 2-year-old and she can't get past it. I'm sitting here going, baby, I'm a mother of an 8-year-old, about to be 9. And then my stepdaughter's turning 18. Get some sleep, Emery. All right, so for utility cooldowns, obviously we don't have things like rotational, major cooldowns, defensive kick in there. So how do I organize this? So I'm going to put movement. Movement's going to be the big one. We'll put shift obviously here, and then vengeful retreat, especially with vengeful retreat becoming a little bit more important. Not so much in the Annihilator build, but it is a little more important in the Scarred build, but you also have a very predictable Vengeful Retreat in that build. And then obviously once we get into Havoc, I'll be messing with it a lot more because Mover builds you back. And then I'm going to look at group utility. So obviously there's Darkness, there's Void Nova, and then I'm looking at CC. So Sigil, Mastery, Consume Magic, I'll put behind Imprison, Consume Magic as a Purge, and then the Void Blade for this particular build is going to be there. Because you don't use Void Blade a ton in this Annihilator build that I'm currently set up in from making my Devourer video, which by the way is up on my YouTube channel. Let me grab the link for that. Sorry, we're going to interrupt my own music here. Yeah. Fucking ads. So I did make a Devourer pre-patch guide. That video is up on YouTube. It's a little bit longer than what the other two will be, obviously, because I did want to go through things like the rotation and like what items to pick out for, which are things that I did not cover in the Havoc and Vengeance videos, because other than talent builds and some small rotational impact, like those 2 specs haven't changed a ton from like the things that you gather for pre-patch. So those will only be like 10 or 12 minutes, but Devour is about 30 minutes because I do want to explain the rotation in that video. So go check that out if you haven't. So that we, give that video some support. And I'll be doing the Havoc guide. I'll edit and throw together tonight after stream, as well as Vengeance, and I'll have those scheduled to come out tomorrow and Friday. I've also got just a little clip from my Dispatch playthroughs that I actually can show on stream, or I can make a video out of, because frankly, most of that gameplay video is all purged because of the short ban that I got out of it. But we'll go from there. Anyways, quick self-plug tangent stuff aside. I don't know why I'm apologizing for self-plugging on my own channel, but here we are. But yeah, so utility cooldowns definitely will go there. And that's how I'm going to organize them, is movement, any additional movement abilities, CC, utility of any kind, and then in this case, Void Blade goes on the far right. Now, in the buff section, I don't like the tracked bars personally, so I never use them. So I look at, okay, what do I have here? Feast of Souls, I don't care to track. Pending Apocalypse, don't care to track. Voidfall is already being tracked. Dark Matter doesn't really matter. Final Hour, again, not a big deal. First in, last out, I don't care about the shield because I can just see it. So like a lot of this stuff here, now the Eradicate, I will track. So things like Collapsing Star, I'm not going to track because it tracks through here. So for the most part, like that's kind of where I look at it. It's like, what are the most important things that I need to look at? So for like Vengeance, for example, it'll be like Demon Spikes uptime or Immolation Aura uptime. Same thing for Havoc. I'll put in things like Inertia and Exergy when I do mover builds and stuff like that. So that's kind of what how this setup is going to look like. And then obviously you get the layout itself saved. Now, like I said, I'm in the Annihilator build right now for Mythic Plus purposes. For Raid, obviously we add Void Blade to that and the Hunt. So we can see we add 2 more slots, but nothing really else changes on that front. So there is like this potential setup going on there. I'm going to go back into this build because I'm going to try to see if I could just snake into whatever key I can. All right, so for Havoc. Havoc we're going to organize the same way, basically. So, rotation ability, rotation ability, rotation ability. Cooldown, cooldown. Throw Glaive right now is not all that bad, but if they ever make Eldrazi better, then I will move that up. Fell Rush, I'm not going to mess with. Essence Break, Rain from Above, I don't care about that. Essence Break, I'm not running right now, but it would go right there in the cooldown section. And then defensive thing. So movement, movement, movement. Verse magic, whatever. Cooldown. Raid cooldown, CC, CC. CC, utility. So our setup here is good. I am actually going to take this point and this point. Actually, oh, it's this one. So I'm going to set up for a mover build here, just because it is, I want to mess with it and I want to learn it, which means I need to make sure I'm set up here. And that means Fellblade actually becomes much more important. So I'm going to stick it up here. All right, for buffs, as you can see, I've only got the 3 right now. Art of the Glaive is not being tracked. Inertia's there, and these are always showing up in the same place so that I will always be able to look and know exactly where they're at. And that's one of the cool things about this cooldown manager is that everything is static. It's not like these little buffs. Like if I don't have initiative up, it's not like, you know, Inertia's going to move over or whatever the case may be. They're always going to kind of show up in the same place and in the same order, which means that they're very, very predictable in where you're going to be able to find that information to know that you have them. Now, I keep my little buffs here small. That's by my own personal choice. But again, make those as big or as small as you want them to be. Like you can make them slightly bigger. If you want to do that, that's perfectly fine. I've got room there. I definitely could. But I'm going to keep them at 60 because I think on some other specs I have like quite a few there. So that's what we're looking at with Havoc for both sets. I don't think the raid build changes much. Yeah, it doesn't really change a ton. And then for Vengeance, also I wish they'd put these in alphabetical order. God, it annoys me that they don't. Vengeance is playing Annihilator right now, so that does make some things here. But as you can see, this one is obviously the most extensive. But again, I'm going to make some small tweaks to them. Like, for example, like Art of the Glaive, I don't care about. Reaver's Mark is fine. Fury of the Eldrazi, like that's fine for when I go into Eldrazi. Untethered Rage, I am going to move up here for when we get our Apex talent. Do not care about that. I do not care about that. I'm going to get rid of those. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move Throw Glaive down here because it is less important right now as you're playing Annihilator in all builds, and Eldrazi is not very good and has historically not been very good for freaking thing. The other thing is I'm not showing Fracture right now, but I am going to move that there because I want to see my charges. That's the main thing. So obviously Vengeance have the most essential cooldowns on it because I have obviously the most. I got my active mitigation, rotational cooldown ability, my 2 sigils, cooldown ability, major defensive cooldown going there. Work is stressing you the fuck out. Is it just government bullshit, or is it just lots of stuff going on? Like, that's the big thing I would want to know. Is it just because, like, typical government BS right now, or is it just busy? Okay, so let's... And let me set my loot spec to Devour. Maybe, just maybe, I get a Lily trinket out of this. And if that's the case, then, you know, we're cooking. Just so much going on here. So busy. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, like, it's a lot of things. Like, the start of the year is always busy for a bunch of people. And then you have people like me that are sitting there like, I want to work, I want to help, and we're getting ghosted all the time. I mean, I'm going to take it just because, like, it'll do more for me than... I mean, maybe than Sigil will. So we'll see. What did I get? 8. If nothing else, I do one more key and then I can grab Myth Track Lily, I think. If not Hero Track, which is fine. So let's see. Let's just look. What keys are out there? Let's do the 7 to 8 range. Do the 6 to 10 range. And if I don't get into these, then I'll just set up my own priory. Gross. Okay. Well, we'll do it for the Mog. Do it for the Mog. Do I have that set done? No, what am I missing? Oh, the wrists. Shoulders. What? Shoulders? Oh, that's for the mythic one. It's just the wrists. Okay. Alright, let's see. I will get on the evoker and we'll do the hunter as well. On that front. Of course, Devour Demon Hunters in every fucking key. Really need to play around with stuff tonight. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, because the event doesn't start until... Hey, it's time for work. TV time. Hey, Sandy. Bella, honestly, like, with the pre-patch, like, actual pre-patch stuff going on next week, honestly, like, tonight's, like, this week is just a good week to, like, get your UI in order and, like, hit the target dummies and kind of get used to any class changes that you have and get your talent builds in order and all the stuff that you normally do to organize, just get that going. Oh yeah, this is a new feature that they added, by the way. When you list your key, you can talk about, you can do like what type of run it is. So like if you're trying to be competitive in time keys and push, then you got that. If you're just trying to be like, hey, we just want to complete, we're good. And then there's one somewhere in here that's like learning. So it like actually tells people, hey, there's someone in here that is like trying to figure this ish out. So be patient with them. That's it. If not, I'll probably just poach mine here in just a minute. What's funny is that like I'm getting denied, but like I've done all these dungeons except for halls at the appropriate score. I didn't realize I got KSL on the KSM on this character. I wonder if that Priory that I helped with the other night did that. I didn't even notice that I had the score for it. All those groups already with Devourers. Everyone's trying to get in and try it out. Let me check my Discord. Oh boy. refresh. Okay, I'm just gonna list my own. You have a character and you want to come join an 8 Priory? Come chill out, come hang out, we'll have some fun with it. What? No, level 109? Screw that. Like, I have standard still. Oh, hell yeah, why not? Oh, fuck. Alright. General. Raids. Prairie. Gotta do that the old-fashioned way. Ugh. Let's buff up for this. Let's just so we can see what's going on. I'm not going to be great DPS, I don't think, because like I'm very much optimized for Havoc. So we'll see.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar.
Well, I forgot to change my nameplates. Fuck me. Okay, whatever. It'll be fine.
The guard sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Chainmail, your training grounds fall to the intruders.
Remind me to fix my nameplates after this key.
A gift of power.
Fuck you, brother. God damn it. So my brother decided to not only tell me in Twitch chat, fix my shit, but he's telling me
My power is transcendent.
on BattleNet Whispers to fix my shit. Trying to be thorough? Yeah, I know you are. It's just the way you are. Your attention to detail knows no bounds. Welcome back, Bella. We're trying out Devour AoE and just this 8 prior that I have sitting out here. So far, so good. I'm gonna eat that. That was bad. Whatever, worth it.
You won't peel off anymore. You must defeat Dale.
Elena, they have stopped the production of our weapons.
My power is transcendent.
Sitting here listening, working on pricing estimates for the year. Oh. The Void Blade is not considered cosmic. Cool, that's fun.
I see. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenants. Ours is the true path for the Arethi. Put an end to these heathens.
My power
My band of law.
Makes you sound more important than I am. No. It means they trust you with it. which means you are important.
Eliminate these first. My fang and claw.
Get this off before he dies. Boom! I'd like to think that my collapsing star is what killed him there. I mean, my DPS is not bad. I'm keeping up better than I expected. Pull them all, pull them all, pull them all. Oh, you do wild shit. Okay, I like you, buddy.
A gift of power. They belong to that old fool's sister Blaze. Destroy these outsiders.
Boom.
Soon, the true fate will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty. My power is transcendent.
I'm gonna be just short the haste, I think. Oh, I'm gonna get that off. Managed to get that off. I don't know how I managed to get that off, but I got it off.
Baron, demonstrate your worth.
Those who oppose the Emperor will fall at our feet. By the Emperor's will! By my holy hammer! By my shield! By fire, I am healed.
This race is always going to be scary on a fight like this.
By my holy hammer! Cleanse you! By my shield! Flames wrath heal me! Glory guide my
Okay. Oh, fuck. I'm going to hate this. Oh, I got that off. Oh my god.
my first defeat.
Murpray has warped the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will. But to turn against us is madness. A gift.
And boom.
Algar and subjugate the world.
No, such heresy. They defiled the sacred flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Covis.
Spec looks interesting. It is. It definitely has some things going for it, for sure. It's a very straight, like, this build is a very straightforward gameplay cycle. Not sure what he's about to try here. Oh boy. Okay.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Like, it's gonna be really straightforward, and it's gonna be one of the specs that, like... Oh, I lost that. Just a smidge too late. Like, I could see how, like, in the long run, I could see how people are gonna get bored of this spec pretty easily. That's my only concern. But as long as, like, the thing about, like, this is, like, the race aspect of this, where you're basically, once you get into void meta, you're, like, in this, like, right now I'm in this race, basically, to, you know, get to 30 souls at this point. You know, so I can do this, and then, like, you see the Fury Decay, it's gonna happen. It doesn't happen that much out of combat, but...
Will simply raise him back to duty.
But, like, I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, if it's tuned really well, I'm gonna play it, but if it's not tuned really well, I'm perfectly content playing Havoc, honestly. I just figured it's the new thing. I might as well play it on a stream, see how the key does, you know.
By sacred flame. My blaze be purified. My faith, my flame.
A gift of power.
By sacred flame. Flames take. My blaze be purified. My faith, my flame.
Like, here's a blinding light. I do not care about it. It's Demon Hunter.
Brothers and sisters, hearken to the flame.
Hey, Kyle.
A gift of power.
This guy's popping off. I played this spec a shit ton. The other thing that people don't tend to forget is that I played the spec a lot on beta. So, like, I've figured out all the little things that, like, people are learning now. Like, I'm still trying to, like...
See you burn. It is done.
It's like a lot of the little things that people are figuring out now, I've already figured out. So, 25k DPS overall. I don't think that's bad. I don't think it's great, but I don't think it's bad. Obviously, the MM Hunter did a lot, but I think he also outgeared me. Let's see if he's still in the party. Double Devour. Let me fix my nameplates and stuff first. Let's see, what was this guy? Yeah, he's item level 230 versus my 147, and I only finished 10k DPS behind him, so, like, solid stuff. I'm pretty happy with that, honestly. So, let me do a couple things here. Going to turn you in. Interesting. Okay. Tuned around Apex Silence, which we don't have yet. That's true too. I just think it's like nice to know that like this guy is like pretty much maxed item level. Like he was completely maxed out item level from before pre-patch, and I was keeping up with him. So there's that aspect to it, which is nice. Where's it at?
Your patronage is quite appreciated.
Do that. I mean, the spec feels exactly like I thought it would feel. Like it's very straightforward, very spammy on the consume side of things. Should be. Okay, that's better. What did that key turn into?
This world is vast and wondrous. Fair skies and strong winds.
It's Haste Mastery, I'd use it. I'm off for home. I may tune in later if you're still on. Yeah, I plan to be around another like 3 hours or so. Hubby isn't playing Satisfactory, so I might get content. I've heard from people that play Satisfactory that are really into it. They said that it basically consumes your life. Like it's addicting in a lot of ways. It's the way that WoW is for a lot of people. All right. Oh, I did a Devourer key. Let's see if I can fuck around and find out with a Havoc key. What did my key turn into? 11. Okay, I'm not sure I'm gonna do an 11, but it's street, so it'll be straightforward. I'll make it a 10. If you don't invite me, I'll be personally distraught. Hang on. He got in the middle of the night to make steel. Okay, I can safely say that at least when I was married, I never got up in the middle of the night to play games. I have done it like yesterday. I was laying in bed at like midnight trying to like sleep because I knew I had to get up early for the internet tech, but like I just could not do it. So I just was like, so that's when I got up and I like played like a little bit of like The Witcher 3 and just chilled, and that's when eventually I was like, all right, we're good, we're chilling now. New set Havoc. All right, Kyle, let's get you. Mind you, I have base gear as a fresh DH from Remix. Pretty confused on how to play the spec. So what build are you playing? Are you, because if you're playing Scarred, then that has a different gameplay loop than Annihilator does. And some of it might be a talent thing for sure. Like a gear thing.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is...
No, we're gonna do the WoW channel. We'll switch it up. We'll do some synthwave. Because like depending on the setup that you're running, Coops, like it'll adjust the gameplay a little bit. Because like the Scarred build is like a little bit more involved. In terms of its gameplay loop because of the addition of Void Blade and the Hunt. So it does make it so that so that gameplay loop has a little bit more involved going on with it, whereas like the Annihilator playstyle is way more straightforward. Like way more straightforward. Because like the Annihilator playstyle is like 3 buttons. It's literally consume, reap, void ray, and then you drop your it'll be our bloodlust. And then you drop your void meta when you get there, and then once you're inside void meta, the whole gameplay is like a race. You want to build up to your 30 souls as quickly as possible. So like one of the things that you might have saw me do is that I always void raid before I went into void meta, because when you go into void meta in the Annihilator build, your void ray resets. And so because it resets, then you can immediately go right back into it. Now, once you hit level 90 and you have your apex talents and stuff like that, then you'll also you'll collapsing. It'll be like you'll void ray into void meta, collapsing star, void ray again. So like the goal is your void ray gives you the most fractured souls, like bang for your buck. And so because of that, like you want to make sure that you're using that whenever it's available, and then you want to reap right after that, especially if you run the eradicate talent, because it always will reset the cooldown of reap, which allows you to generate a bunch of souls into your body, which pushes you up. Because reap on its own, I think, generates something like, I think it's 5 souls and then, or 6 souls, and then it allows you to do like an additional 6 or something like that. I don't remember the exact
Shadow Guard continue their assault on Kazaveh. We need your help to repel the invaders and re-establish our defenses.
So like it depends on that. So like yeah, your gameplay loop is gonna be a little inefficient to start, because like if you're playing Annihilator, you need a lot more haste. If you're playing the Scarred build, you want a lot more mastery. So there's just like a lot that kind of depends on what you're doing. So, but yeah, the base gear, I mean, obviously doesn't do a ton. Like it makes it so that like you have, I think it's more like verse heavy than anything else, which is weird. Like that character will probably see a better return once you can do the event next week and start getting some gear out of that, the champion gear. I don't know if like the Koresh quest stuff will actually give you anything. Like if you do the whole quest chain in Koresh, does that give you enough gear? Or you just grab something out of Delves. Almost got 2 stars in on one of the AoE dummies, so maybe I won't be trash. I mean, a lot of the issues, and I don't know if Kyle's still in the chat or not, but a lot of the things about Annihilator that people don't think about is that like you have to be moving around in order to be able to gather your souls. And Void Ray does a lot of the soul legwork, especially right now. So once you are able to like feel the loop, like the hardest part about Devour Annihilator right now is just the race. Like that's the biggest thing. And once you get the race figured out, and you know how to manipulate it so that it does a lot of the legwork for you, really, then we're gonna be in a situation where like once you get that gameplay loop, then everything else starts to fall into place. And the Apex talents do a lot of work for it. Like you're gonna make it so that, you know, Cosmic Star always crits. You're gonna get extra cosmic damage. You're gonna get that one where as soon as you enter Void Meta, you always gain a Cosmic Star. Like there are going to be things that will be done pretty early on that like the Apex talents are going to cover a lot up with this spec. And like to me, the biggest thing that's going to help the damage spike with with it is that it's going to be getting that Cosmic Star as soon as you enter Void meta, because that does a lot for your like gameplay loop. Cursor trail does not work. That's unfortunate. Thought I turned IAT off. Get out of here, IAT. Do you have the ultimate mouse cursor add-on? I don't. I've used it before. I wasn't the biggest fan. Kyle over here. I can't use meta. Of course not.
There will be no agreement. Lethal force authorized.
Okay, so the Fury generation is definitely slowed down on this spec. And then our fucking tank. Quit had his abilities reset. I don't care if we time this. This is playing to play.
My power is transcendent. Share
in it. 230? How the hell is that even possible? Oh. Probably exploiting some of those items that were bought off of like time walking vendors that were
a gift
not that weren't scaled down correctly. Yeah, so I think people are abusing it right now. I don't know what this druid is doing, but he's doing no damage. My brother in Christ, use Thrash. You shouldn't be able to get that high. Yeah, no, that's 100% correct. What did that turn it to? Just lower to a 9? Okay. You know what? I kind of got the vibe for that. I'm gonna play Vengeance. I'm gonna do an Annihilator key. See how this bad boy feels. The nine's fine. I still have Evoker and Hunter to work on after this, so yeah, the keys that we're doing on beta were locked to like 223 item level, but the max stuff is at like I think 250 or 256 item level. You know what? Let's grab this warrior. We'll give him a chance. The thing is, I don't think it's really worth like banning them for exploiting or anything because like nothing counts really anymore. It's not like these guys. I mean, yeah, there are people soloing like 30 keys or whatever, but like you just you revert them, you leave them alone, you deal with it. Like you fix the gear scaling issue. If you want to do punishments, then 24-hour bans for those that did it, and then go from there. But I don't think that's ban worthy. I mean, that's just like they took advantage of an oversight on the part of Blizzard. Ooh. So We're get used to pushing that button. Scarred, yeah. So Scarred's playstyle is going to be a lot more involved. So on the opener, what you'll do is you'll Void Blade in, Hungering Slash, Vengeful Retreat into the hunt. Rinse and repeat that. And then from there, you'll be able to go into the normal flow at that point.
My power.
So, I don't know what glyph that was. So the thing about Scarred is like once you get through that opening loop and then go from there, really the two big things are going to be do your void raids as often as possible because they are so important. And then keep Void Blade on cooldown when that comes up.
Drop your weapons, or I will seize them. Rally to me. Prepare to be interrogated.
Nico Nibbles, Daddy Nibs is in. Give me a sec, I'll give you a shout out to Nico, or if you'll do / shout out Nico Nibbles, that'll give her the shout out. I'll do it.
Necessary tragedy. Unfortunately, we have now joined the ire of Cartel Soul.
There you go. Nico is amazing. I love her. She is from my ASMR realm. Admittedly, I have been getting into a lot of that. Amazing people in there. Also, a hell of a Marvel Rivals stream player, although I don't think she streamed the game yet. So, ooh, Holy Illidari, yes, Demon Hunter. That is my main class for this upcoming expansion. So, all the new class changes for the new expansion came in today. So I'm just doing some keys, trying to test out all of them, and go from there. So yeah, I'm cosplaying Illidan. I'm even Night Elf. The gaming streams do awful. Probably because you're loud. That's fine. It is what it is. But no, she's an amazing ASMR artist. If you're looking to get into ASMR, I would strongly recommend her. There's quite a few of them, actually, that I would recommend for ASMR. But Nico's right at the top of that list. Fave? Ooh. You know, I'm gonna be honest. It's really hard for me to say that because like I've known like Leyland for almost a year now. Like I've known her pre ASMR for her, like before she started streaming ASMR. So like it's hard to like go against like my actual friend, docking my pay. But legitimately, like like she's on right now. I can't support her, so like I know you stream a little bit later at night. So depending on how long I go, you're always a raid target if you're there. But no, Nico's awesome. I love Nico. I don't even remember how I found you. Someone raided into you, I think, and that was how I found you. Favorite is Alice, to be honest. Nothing wrong with that. I actually don't know of her. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, see? See, I'm not the only one getting mad at docking my pay. You can't even pick your own fave. Yeah, there's quite a few. Nico, Melty, Leyland, Birdie. I think you guys are kind of in that circle of top 4 for me, for sure. Like, all of you managed to, like, hit triggers for me and, like, and cause, like, the tingles and stuff like that. Like, the things that ASMR is supposed to do. And like you're the only ones that have done that. Like there's some others that I've listened to. Like I've listened to Yawn, I've listened to Paderi, who's also very good. Like nothing against her, just we're there. And then I like hanging out in Violet Spellcraft's ASMR streams at night when no one else is going on. So like, but yeah, like you are definitely in that group, Nico, where if you're streaming and I'm not, I'm at the very least hanging out. There's only very specific stuff that does like actual tingles. And I've discovered, at least for me, they're tied very tightly to the things that like I value and like relationships, like the idea of love language. So like for me, because obviously physical touch, like hard to do through ASMR, but like words of affirmation is one of my big love languages. Like it's probably number 2 for me. So affirmation stuff is like always interesting for me because like it hits that aspect of love, not just romantically, but platonically, that is there. And then the all up in your brain sounds. Honestly, your water globes are like the most recent thing that I've discovered tingles, but it's only when you do it. It's something about the globes that you have that I'm like, those work. So I don't know which brand you have or anything like that, but those, because I like Birdie's got some water globes that don't really do a lot. Violet Spellcraft has done some globes that just, there's something about the globes that you have. I don't know what it is. Quickly whisper through that. I don't care what they're saying. They could be reading a dictionary. Yeah. Because they're pink, they have glitter. That's how you use them. Someone give me some advice on how to make them be better. That's awesome. Yeah, like I said, I don't know who did it, but whoever did, thank them for me, because like yours are like the only ones that have been able to have actually been able to like give me any of that feeling. Morky? Wow, I didn't. Look at Morky being multi-talented, multifaceted. We don't even know it. I'm not sure I'd be able to do... Oh, yeah. We don't hold the fact that he's Irish against him. I'm one of those people that, like, I don't know if I would do ASMR. I just don't know, like, I just don't know if it would be worth the time and investment for it. But, like, I've become a huge enjoyer of it over the last, really over the last, like, 6 to 7 months. Yeah, you've definitely been getting them a lot more than I've seen other ASM artists. I don't know why.
A gift of power.
I thought I had one, damn it. I'll be curious to see, like, what happens, like, as I get things. Like, my hope, depending on how things go, is that I can get a full 2D model by summer. And if that's the case, then I'd be curious to see, like, what happens at that point. Because, like, as a PNG tuber, I can kind of be like, well, I'm not a full VTuber, and so, like, the stigma that comes with male VTubers goes away. But yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna use this model as, like, the basis for it all, because, like, I really connect with this thing. But, like, we'll see. But I know, like, male VTubers have, like, a rep too, unfortunately.
Remember, everything has value.
A gift of power.
Automod? No, don't worry about it. The automod's been weird. Like, I actually have mine set to, like, the lowest settings, and it will still randomly automod stuff. All VTubers are hoes. Look, I've accepted the fact that, like, I can't have a hoe phase in the way that, like, traditional people have hoe phases. So I just became, you know, a PNG tuber, and that's how I have my hoe face. Holy fuck, the aggro was weird there. Won't matter. It's stigma to VTubers, just like with ASMR. And then, yeah, for you, you get the double whammy, right? You're a VTuber ASM artist. Which is the only ASM artist that I like, by the way. Like, I've watched, like, actual people do ASMR, and I can't... Honestly, the thing that happens is I can't stop laughing at how silly they look doing some of the stuff. Like, I watched a girl that was, like, doing ear licks, and it was the funniest thing. I could not stop laughing about it. I don't know why. But the way that she was doing it was just objectively funny. Well, VTuber, woman, we kind of assume they're the same, right? Like, I don't mind ear licks. I actually like ear licks personally. But yeah, if I had to, like, watch them do it, then it was going to be, like, weird. Watch someone do it once and it ruined. Yeah, I mean, I'll still be able to, like, I could still deal with it. Like, I don't have a problem, like, still hearing them. But yeah, it was just really funny because, like, they were trying to be, like, I don't know if they were, like, trying to be, like, sexy about it or something, but I'm just like, what in the fuck? You can DM it to me. You don't want to post it publicly, just send it to me. I won't watch it on stream.
My power is trans.
Dog, stop taking the fucking beltway path here. Really? I missed one? I gotta be better about using Fiery Brand. Damage aspect. I'm losing damage by not using it. We're just skipping all the suck-in phases? Jesus Christ, where'd he go?
It has been an age since I witnessed such a vigorous show. My establishment did not survive enough.
We have all the signatures we need. And let us not keep Solia waiting.
Cartel Soul's underhanded dealings have not escaped my attention. You may have my signature, as long as you never again bring destruction to my oasis.
Excuse our intrusion, Solia. I hope we caught you at an inconvenient time.
I'll stand back here waiting to hunt in, forget that I don't have the hunt anymore.
Hear me, Solia. The artifact you seek brings only suffering.
Suffering and power. I must now travel beyond.
Die, foes of Cartel Soul.
Excuse me. Sorry about that. Instinct took over and I just coughed.
There's my shame.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that. Oh, I got 20 points out of that. Fuck yeah. Dude, Vengeance feels really good. Feels really, really good. So nothing that I've experienced with Demon Hunter has changed my mind about, like, the fact that, like, about the fact that, like, I want to keep playing this class. Like, nothing's changed my mind on that. Yeah, I'm still gonna main this thing. You know. Because honestly, once I get the Apex talents for all three, it's like, it's gonna feel even better. So. Got 8,000 DPS and a 9. That's not horrible. I'm worried about threat if the scaling isn't correct. Alright, I'm going to swap over. All right, let me swap over to the Evoker. I was on the fence about maining DH or Warrior. I think both are good. I talked to a few Warrior players today that have been playing it a lot on beta, just because I've been, obviously I mained it for the majority of season 3, and like I talked to a few of them and I was like, hey, with the recent round of changes, like how do things feel, like for DPS warriors in particular? And they said that the recent changes for arms and for fury that happened over the last 2 beta builds have actually been really, really good for like making the specs feel better. There's still a little bit of issues with regards to resources, and that arms doesn't have enough, and fury like sometimes is a little starved, but not often. Like arms is kind of badly starved right now. The fury's fine, but like both people that play like both sets have said that like they really like the way that the specs feel. All right, is there anything I need to fix with tracking for this? No, there's not. All right, let me swap to devastation. But like both classes are good. I mean, obviously I played both to 3K levels this expansion, so like I'm aware at the very least of what's going on. Let me fix this. So Azure Strike I'm only putting up here because it's gonna be important come season 1 of Midnight, where Azure Sweep, which is this talent here, is going to be super important. So let's see what you got going on, Kyle. Where are you at? Let's get you back in here. SCDM looking dope. Honestly, it comes down to just like I've really thought about how I want it organized.
Found any good treasure lately? Try not to slay too many dragons, okay? I can't wait to hear about your adventures. It's a great day to visit a dungeon.
That's weird. Shadow Priest, honestly, I can't speak much to Shadow Priest. I have no idea. I don't know if he's still in here. Newall, my older brother, has been playing Shadow Priest basically since vanilla, so like he's the guy that I trust on anything Shadow Priest. I know he's been debating between Priest and Warlock, which says a lot because for the most part, he's never had a thought process about what he's going to play. It's always just been Priest. So I think that says a lot. Visually, I mean, if you're playing the spec for the visuals, yeah, Shadow is always one of the cooler visual specs with the apparitions and stuff, but like from a power or feel standpoint, I would definitely oh yeah, I want that. I need, give me that haste mastery. Need to make a resource bar. I think there's add-ons out there that will do it. I know this add-on that I use called Better Blizz Frames, I think has an option for it. Let me check. Is it miscellaneous? ArcU, I did it immediately. Yeah, I tried a lot of those in beta and I kind of hated all of them. Sensei class resource bar. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that's the one that's been very popular right now. Key did I get? Ecodome 6. That'll be fine. Let me go upgrade this real quick, and then we'll equip it. Wait a second. More haste. It's good. All right. Let me match this on. But yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I don't know if you were in the stream when that happened, Kyle, but I really kind of thought about how I want the information in the. how I want this information to go. So the way that I do it is it's like core rotation abilities. In this case, because I have a builder spender spec, it's my 2 spenders right next to my cooldown, so they're always in the middle of my thing. Deep breath, because for this particular spec, deep breath obviously for Dev Evoker, skill commander is amazing. Major cooldown ability, because you'd use it a lot with Eternity Surge in this case. Defensive kick. And so I organize everything the same every single time in the main one, and so that no matter what class I'm playing, my eyes will naturally go to the same spots for certain things. Sent it, watch at your own leisure and with caution. I will definitely do that. It'll be, like I said, it's an off-stream thing. I'll do it off-stream. Just because, yeah, don't need that shit right now. But then it's like, you know, group utility, group utility, group utility, CC, 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 mobility, self stuff. How do you make decisions about what goes first to last in the CDM? So I base it based off of, like, for essential cooldowns, I do it based off of, like, what are some core rotation stuff that are there. So for, like, for example, for Fury Warrior, I would put Bloodthirst, Raging Blow, Whirlwind, and then in the middle of where I would put mine is Rampage, and then I would put stuff like Execute right behind it, and then like Recklessness. I don't think they have Avatar anymore, but like Reckless Avatar, maybe even put Ravager / Bladestorm right before Recklessness, and then I would put like Enraged Regeneration and Pummel. So that's like how I would organize it. So it's core like stuff that I use in the rotation that has like maybe short cooldowns or something like that, or there's like a proc that's important to track. Spenders kind of in the middle along with cooldowns, and then like defensive utility stuff on the right. So that's how this was set up. So Azure Strike is only here because of A, it's a range check, but B, there's a proc that when I Eternity Surge, this turns into Azure Sweep, which makes it a big ability. Major cooldown abilities, which for Scale Commander is very important because these are the 2 abilities that proc Mass Disintegrate. My 2 spenders, my major cooldown, my other major cooldown, my other major cooldown, and then a defensive kick. That's how I organize it, so that when I'm looking left to right, that's how I read everything, and then I know, like, hey, what's my kick cooldown? I know always to look on the right. Or hey, I have scales, you know, how long until I have scales or my next charge of scales is back. It's always in the same place. And then for utility cooldowns, mobility is always on the far left. So for Warrior, it'd be Charge, followed by Heroic Leap. Maybe Intervene if you talent it. Group utility, so Rallying Cry. I know that did a lot with the shouts, so like Piercing Shout or Berserker Rage or whatever other stuff that you might take. And then CC stuff. So obviously group utility, group utility, group utility. Here's CC. So for Warrior, that'd be Shockwave, that'd be Stormbolt, that would be... Thunderclap would also go up here, by the way, because it has a cooldown. And then anything that's like personal utility. So Impending Victory would be a good one to put here towards the end. For Warrior, Spell Reflection would be a good one to put there towards the end, so you always kind of know where it's at. And then in tracked buffs, I would track mainly for Fury and Rage. And the Whirlwind charges for your AoE. Those are the only 2 things I put. Now, you can do that through track bars. I personally hate track bars, so I do it this way. So Hover, Burnout, which gives me my Living Flame instance, Imminent Destruction, which gives me my Essence Reduction, and then Fire Breath, which is just the buff, which I need to do. Kyle, if you're around, we're going to do 6 Eco. And I am going to play AUG after this too. Yeah. I might make a short little video, or maybe do like a YouTube short. I'll figure out how to make that work. That explains how I organize all that stuff. Well, holy shit, give me, yeah, fuck it, give me the trio. It's fine. That filled up faster than I expected. Oh wait, do I have my Dragon Rage macro? But like, that's the good thing is you can just shift those icons left to right in the advanced cooldown settings, and it allows you to tweak and customize it however you need to. So that you can make the information present itself to you in a way that makes sense to you. You know, some people might put more core abilities in the middle with their cooldown stuff on the outside. I've seen that set up once or twice, which has been nice. So like there's a few different ways that you can go about processing it and just seeing what works. And that's one of the beauties of this time period is you get to have all that opportunity to just mess around. All these changes have been a bit overwhelming for me, so getting different perspectives from different people has helped. Yeah, it's a lot. And people that are coming from like full UI replacements are, I've noticed, are really struggling. Like obviously Haley spent like 2.5 hours of her stream just putting together her UI. She's an LVUI user. You know, I know people that have been, you know, that use like shadowed, you know, that are big on shadowed unit frames or use cell and stuff like that, that are like, they're really struggling to figure out how to make it all work. And like, you know, it is what it is on that front, but like at the same time, I'm like, you know, I've been using mostly default UI since season 3 of Dragonflight. So for me, it wasn't that big of a deal, like to make the adjustment. The biggest thing was the cooldown manager, because I was a big Weakora package guy. But once the cooldown manager got more and more options and I was able to really play with it, then I definitely appreciated it a lot more. We're going to lust this first pull here. Let him get all this stuff gathered up. And we're going to go back. This spec is, we'll see how silly it gets here for sure. 30 seconds on my cooldown, which is way longer than I expected. And it didn't play that one all that well. Excuse me.
We can return to the real problem.
Oh, bold move, Cotton.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Good underrated.
Brought so many. They seek the complete annihilation of this place. Your pursuit is pointless. Salazar lives. A gift of power. All of this destruction for the traitors?
Fly, fly. I am very rusty at playing this spec. Perhaps the star got a change in the latest beta builds. Please tell me it consumes the resources upon cast, not or at cast end rather than at cast start.
My power is
'Cause that's what I care about. Can't look it up obviously right now. Been updated, no longer consumes required souls to start up cast. Now it's a 5-second cooldown and triggers cooldown at start up its cast. Now generates 50% less threat. That's an interesting way to go about fixing that problem. I don't. Initial gut's telling me that's not the right way to go about it, but I'll need to talk to some folks. Mina, or Emery, sorry. I slip up on that name change every now and then.
a gift of power.
This dungeon is awesome. I think Ecodome, I don't know if it goes in as like one of the greatest dungeons of all time, but it's definitely like in the upper half for sure. I really enjoyed this dungeon. I think they did an excellent job with it. I personally was a fan of Floodgate once they made some extra changes to it. So like I was good with that too, but like yeah, this dungeon was very cool. Not even like it wasn't like it had like a mega standout theme or anything. It's just like it's a fun dungeon to play. Like playing the dungeon feels good. And I think that's the thing that like sometimes it's forgotten when it comes to dungeons in this game is like people forget that like they think of like the thematic dungeons and stuff like that, but a lot of people forget that like some of the best dungeons ever were just the ones that were fun to play. What in the eyes wide shut are you doing, Bear? Oh, okay. I have. I've done some keys with Newall and my brother Fyrus. So my thing is that like of the 4 that are in the season 1 dungeon pool, because obviously those are the big ones that they're testing. I think that like my honest assessment of them are that like Windrunner Spire has a chance to be loved thematically, but feels absolutely terrible to play. And I'm kind of concerned about it. I personally really like my Mycera Caverns. I also really like the way that that Nexus Point feels. Den of Nalarok is going to be really interesting once we get to its season. But for the ones from this season, like, I think the one that I am looking forward to the most is Nexus Point. I think it's a really fun dungeon. Jesus Christ, Essence is being weird right now. Sorry. But I think Windrunner Spire has the potential to be one that, like, is going to be problematic later on. Getting on for the first time since patch. You and many other people, believe it or not. I mean, I technically was on yesterday because I did set up Demon Hunter talents, but I didn't do anything else. Son decided to fight sleep. Yeah, well, he's nearly a 2-year-old. There's a reason that that age has the name that it does. I'm gonna lock in for the finish of this key. Okay. We're good, right? Yeah.
So much wasted. Also honored and
Oh, so my son has decided he will fight sleep because the obvious day to do that is when mom can barely keep her eyes open to last other things. Yep, pretty much.
greater all
Sounds about right. That's
to rest.
it's about what I expected. Yeah. Oh wow, the Midnight World bosses have a chance to drop weapons? That could be a first for sure. I'm not sure actually if any other one, now that I think about it, have dropped weapons. Are they gonna be like that warband one, like in the Undermine, where I don't know about the Koresh boss. I killed him like once for the achievement and that was it. Because he was the worst. Is it gonna be like warband stuff? So like I could be on my Demon Hunter and get like a offhand? Oh, that's unfortunate. Makes it more of a crapshoot, which is unfortunate. And only getting it once a week. I mean, I understand why, but like, I would rather them almost do it personal loot, and then allow you to kill it once a week on on all your characters and get something. Obviously, with the rest of the normal like stuff. All right. So ad break is up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go AFK for a second, go to the bathroom, refill my water, and just take a stretch break. Just because I've been sitting at this chair for 2.5 hours on stream, even longer than that off of that. So let me crank up our music here. And let's go to the break screen, and I'll be right back, everyone. See you on the other side. Alright, and we back. So are the viewers. Let's crank down this music because it is loud in my ears. There we go. Alright. Let's swap back over to the gameplay loop. Let's go. What did my key turn into? There you are. And gotta. Alright. We'll invite this on or whatever. Clear out some Discord notifications. Bro, there's already 3 DPS in this key. What are you doing? I swear, some of you guys that are my friends, I absolutely fucking adore you sometimes because I'm like, oh, I'm doing this, and then you just like flood that side of things. Like Newall earlier was like, hey, check your It was you this time? Newall did it to me earlier too, where where I was like, hey, remind me after this key, I need to do my nameplates because I forgot to update those. And like immediately he was like, hey, update your nameplates. And then he whispered me through BattleNet, hey, update your nameplates, so that he could quote unquote be thorough. And now I'm checking Discord notifications and you're sending me a random insult through Discord DM. And I'm just like, oh, God damn it. Nice. I'm at the point where my chat bullies me. I love it. Refresh this page. Okay, there we go. Something's going on in the background there. Also, apparently, for anyone that's wondering, Lucky One, the developer behind LVY, said that they'll have a version out next week. Or late this week, early next week. So keep an eye out for that if you are an LVY lover. RQI resource bar didn't save? Interesting. People are getting like these achievements that I don't know. Oh. Nice, it's earlier than anticipated. Yeah, let me get the exact thing. I don't know if it's for beta only or if it's for gonna be for pre-patch. I don't know yet. Hang on. Let's see. Okay, let me pull this over here. All right, so this is the quote-unquote public release. So looks pretty much the same. Minus a lot of stuff. So let me DM that to Haley. So that she can look at it after D&D. All right. Let's see how an odd key goes. What is this? Don't need that. Get a version out of it so quickly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of LBY. Once I kind of learned a lot about what goes into the coding process, and then I saw what it was doing to my machine at the time, in terms of like resource hogging and like it was causing memory leaks and shit like that. I tuned it out, but like I know a lot of people use it, like it, and care about it. So I want to make sure the information gets out there. Let's see how badly these damage meters do not catch the let's see how badly the damage meters do for AUG. I have no idea what's about to happen with AUG here, so
The void beckons us onward. Embrace it. Leave your sanity behind.
also it's really funny. I got a DPS upgrade out of dungeons today. I wasn't expecting that. How big is our boy going here? Oh god, oh god, oh god. That was almost bad. Pull all the way up to the boss. Pull up to the boss.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Oh, I did that backwards. Fuck. I did that backwards. Fuck me. Okay. I have not played a bunch of Augs, so I'm very inexperienced with it. So like, if my buff up times and all that other stuff are like not up to par, like there's a reason behind it. Like I'm just this is not a spec I'm comfortable with like under any circumstances. But it is one that I want to learn how to play. So here we are.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Okay. And luckily things are like kind of falling over. So like we're lucky on that regard, but yeah.
A gift of power. A gift of power.
Oh, I think I'm starting to figure out the little loop here.
My power is transcendent. Share in it. A gift of power.
Sorry, I'm focusing on like trying to play this Evoker so I can get like a true feel for it. Like I'm not experienced with the spec, so 4 minutes. Fuck. Okay.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Oh, it's right. Obsidian Scales is passive now. I forgot about that shit. Holy fuck. Oh boy. Man, he's making some bold moves, Cotton.
A gift of power. I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Yeah, a little too big there. None of our pilots must skill them screwed up in Prepatch so that all mobs and bases. Yeah, we're supposed to be doing an achievement run tomorrow for that. I don't know what that's going to look like at this point. So we shall see for sure.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Did they drop all those item levels again? Yes, they did. So if you were like, I was item level 707 before yesterday. I'm now item level 148. So if you were like 690, I think you were 700. Then you're gonna sit around 142.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Looked in your 102. Yeah. So that would be if like you're on like a remix character that like you brought out fresh, that's about the item level that you're supposed to be at. So and if I recall from the leveling experience, the if I recall, the item level for like leveling up in beta on like that type of character, it's gonna be. Like if you went into Midnight with that character sitting at that level, then it would be item level. The first drops are like item level 104, so. You'd be getting stuff immediately, but luckily there's Prepatch. If that gear drops champion, so that'll take you to like one. I don't remember the item level for champion gear. Shit. 130 something? I'm gonna say, watch me get a sack brood. Oh, that's 300 points for me on Arakara. Okay, I think I should UI sorted on your druid. Good. Good. DPS feels decent on Ellie Shams right now. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's early tuning, so like, who the fuck knows on anything right now? But but it's definitely one where it's like, you know, tuning wise, who knows? But it feels smooth on everything else. Let's see what you got, Zandy. Zandy, send me some screenshots. Huh. It's the Bruno. We don't talk about tuning. It's the Bruno of WoW. No, we don't talk about transmog costs. That's the one we don't discuss. All right, let's look at this. Let me blow this up on the other monitor. I'll throw it on stream if you're okay with it, but like, yeah. Yeah, when I saw 1,700 gold for one Mog outfit, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I paid that much on my Demon Hunter. Let's see. All right. So let's look. Zandy sent me some DMs here. Let's look at who's got. Honestly, I'm down. You got all your stuff organized. You know where your party and raid frames are at, which is a druid. Very important to have. Got your extraction bar all set up. Your external debuffs are really nicely well done. Yeah, I think we're looking good here. Without it here. Can't make the cooldown manager work yet. In time. I mean, no rush. Like, if you wanted to use it, honestly, what I would probably do is I would put your essential cooldowns right here, in between where you get your DBM bars and your party frames and stuff. Put essential cooldowns there, and then like your utility stuff you could probably fit in like a little box right in over here. If they ever make it so that we can get rid of these debuffs, I'd stick them above your target frame, but until that happens, screw you, I guess. Screw all of us. And then if you want to use like the tracked bars for your like Iron Fur timing, I would put specifically in only Iron Fur somewhere. So like you got room for it. It's just you're gonna have to be a little bit creative with how you make it work. But I think it's there. I think it's there for sure. Working progress. Yeah, and that's like, again, that's like what this whole week needs to be, really, is people just working and progressing their stuff. Like I said, I've spent way too much time on the damn beta. Like, I didn't do it a lot on stream, but when I was not on stream and I wasn't working and I wasn't doing content creation stuff and I was just like chilling, was there. Like, I was listening to like Nico, who was in here earlier. I'd be listening to her stream ASMR and I would just be on beta messing with UI. So like my stuff has gotten like, comparatively speaking, I'm sitting here like multiple hours worth of time on my UI, and a lot of people have been at this for like maybe 2 or 3 or 4 hours, depending on how long they played yesterday. So like, you know, it's not going to be perfect, it's not going to be ideal, but like for me, I've spent so much time working on mine and messing with add-ons that I know will make it function in the way that I want it to. That we could go there. Let's see. Waited until the past to see what add-ons were good and which ones were not. Yeah, that's fair. I did a pretty decent job of like tracking them on the server. Like honestly, like right now, if you look at the list that I have, like I've got Bug Grabber, Better Big Frames, Click, Leatrix Plus, Narcissist, because I love taking screenshots of my characters. Simple item level, simulation craft. Let me fix this M plus timer that needs to go on here. But like all of these are like not working right now, and we'll go from there. Had to work on the druid because of the different bars and forms. Use which bars to use to not script it. Yeah, no, for sure. Like druid is probably one of the more difficult ones to set up at this moment in time, just simply because of force specs, form bars, stance bars, like all that stuff is like, it is a little bit wild. Let me make sure I'm in raid, mythic plus, chrono, hooray. All right, let's throw out a dungeon 10. We're gonna do a 10 floodgate. Have Simulacrum, or do I don't have either. Okay, so I just have the regular Rooted Embrace. Okay. Fuck it, boys. Let's ball. Give me the 3-stack. I have some of those in there updated. Yeah, I just gonna double check all of them slowly over time. Like what I'm using now are what I consider the essentials. Like Cursor Trail, I want to have updated and fixed, because I like it better than Ultimate Cooldown or Cursor Tracker or whatever that one is. But like a lot of the Raider IO one, I know will get updated eventually. Probably, maybe, and if not, oh well. I'm asking, but when you are free, could I have some time on Discord to maybe help me figure out the cooldown? Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah. I'm gonna plan on only streaming for about another hour or so. Cause I've realized for me going about 4 hours right now is about the stamina that I have where I can be like somewhat possibly entertaining. I want to get to be able to go longer, like 5 hours or so, but like right now I just know my body. But I'm happy to like sit down in a Discord call or in the dojo after that and talk you through it. If not tonight, then we can do, yeah, just hit me up, just message me. Obviously right now I've got a lot of time. This weekend is not a good time because I'll have my kiddo. So I'm obviously going to dedicate that time to him, but yeah, hit me up otherwise and I'll be happy to figure it all out. Yeah, I think he still wants to stay with my parents Saturday night, so I might be available Saturday night. I can message you if that's the case. But Saturday daytime, I'll be over there. I'll be with him. And then Sunday daytime, I'll be with him as well. We did a last minute AOTC on Monday. That's awesome. No, I missed that actually. Monday, I was so sick on Monday that I was just like trying to survive. It felt like. Yeah, I was running 100 fever. That didn't stick around long, but my stomach was absolutely rebelling against me. No, I don't think they'll let it stand, but that doesn't mean they're gonna do anything drastic about it, to be honest. all things time walking gear. I mean, they don't even think about time walking gear, so why should we? Ooh, jeez.
A gift of power.
I feel like I should be sitting here whispering I see dead people when I play Farseer. Nah, you gotta do the other meme. I'm sick and tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. Because it's the Grandma and Grandpa build.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
So yeah, I'm not setting up my life binders all that well.
Well, what
Oh, that's my deep breath button, that's right.
A gift of power.
Slow down and enjoy.
Hang on, I'll catch up on that just a sec. Healing's like my least comfortable role, so if I do weird things while I'm healing or like go silent while I'm healing, that's why. Let's see. Let's see dead people. It's been 15 years playing Elemental, yeah. No, back now. Appreciate you back, Zandy. Really enjoyed it during Remix. We'll play it as an alt during midnight. Yeah, Ellie Shaman is like one of the specs that like I struggle with Shaman because I always just like fucking bounce off of it for whatever reason. I could play it for like a day or two, and then I'm just like, this isn't fun. Like, I'm reminded about that while I'm... But like, I love the people that can play Elemental Shaman are like fantastic. Like, you know, they deserve all the good things. But like for me, I just, for whatever reason, I just bounce off the spec. It's visually amazing. I love the way that it looks from a visual standpoint. But it definitely feels like it's sorry, this fight is what it is. I don't hate Shaman. I just always struggle to like stick with Shaman. Like, it's one of those classes, like, I play it and I'm like, yeah, I see why people enjoy this spec. And then like, for whatever reason, I sit there and I go like, why can't I like enjoy it the same way those people do? It's just not there. The thing is, like, I think I actually do fall in that middle ground though, because like, I don't love or hate it. I respect it, but at the same time, I'm not sitting there like, hang on, this pull sucks. Give me a sec.
Your support
Oh, come on.
wasn't necessary.
Because like, I don't see myself playing Shaman anytime soon, but that doesn't mean I hate it. Like, to be honest, I kind of hate Priest. That's a class that I'm like, nope. Hey. DH or Paladin for you? Yeah. I mean, the number of people that I've also heard say that, like, Monk is their least favorite is... I don't have kick! Fuck!
Of power.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Kyle, don't die. Played Monk since Legion. I played Monk in this expansion, and I still have like a soft spot for Monk. I just got burnt out. I mained Monk for like 7 years straight. I was playing all 3 specs all the time, at high levels across the board. It was, you know, I burnt out, and I haven't found it in myself to come back yet. Like, the class is unique. Like, it's... Very nice. And there's the neck that I had before that I don't like it. Yeah, like, my opinion on the classes, like, Death Knight, one of the more thematic classes. I mean, things are falling over, like, right now, like, holy shit. So Preservation Evoker feels pretty good. I'm used to... I got to get out of the habit of setting up tip skill Spirit Blooms and no kick. But other than that, like, I'll figure out the healing pattern a little bit more. But, like, Heavy Reversion Dream Breath is, like, my man. So, alright. Time to go to the hunter. Now this one I do need to get some talents and stuff set up for it, so we are just gonna wowhead that shit and move on with our lives. Okay. So I'm gonna put Flame Fang there. No butchery, no trank shot in this build. Interesting. We'll start with we'll start at survival and see where this takes us. Alright, let's get this set up here. Get my boy Shane out, Shane Falco.
I got the best deals anywhere. Prepatch. Time is money, friend.
I did play a key of survival on beta, so and I've generally played survival when I do play honors, so I'm more familiar with it from there. Hello? What the heck? Oh, Jesus. I can be the hunter. We got a battle res. I'm just gonna take whoever. Let's take this warlock. He's got IO. Sorry, DH. Already got one. Now we wait for the tanks. Oh wait, Dawnbreaker's this way. Oh, don't forget, if you have your Twitch account and your Battle.net account link, there is a drop for a housing decor item. These areas that we worked on. That's looking good, Emery. Lots of screen space. That's always important. Okay. Hardest part, always waiting on the tank when you're not the tank. Like, there's a part of me that wants to go get the Demon Hunter just so that we can have a tank for this, but at the same time, like, the whole goal that I have today is I want to get a key done on every single spec so that I can kind of see how they're playing right now at level 80. I mean, I've done it on a little bit on beta, but like just, and it allows me to continue to get UI stuff knocked out and things like that, so. Oh, I know we will. It'll just take time. I know the one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna eat this. I've got some pepper jack chicken sitting in my fridge. It's ready to cook. Not the bear from the first one, no. No, I put that guy in ignore. So I can't even, I can't even see him if he does show up. Oh, and those that are going to be leveling a lot of characters, they do have like the warband mentor thing in for midnight as well, where after you get your first after you get your first 90, your next 90s will be a little bit easier to level. You know what? I don't know, my dude. Let's look. 148, no, 248, 246. Yeah, no, they're all still the same. So they are all there. Nothing has changed. You know, I'm kind of surprised. I've been having a lot of issues with my program that makes this PNG tuber open mouth and talk and blink and stuff like that, where it just like stops picking up my mic or anything like that. But I've not had that problem in the last couple of days. Knock on wood. Sorry, my hand knocking so loud, but whatever. Worth it for the bit. Damn you, chunky character sheet. Yeah, I used to be like obsessed with those because I wanted to know like all these little details of my character, and then I just come to learn. Oh, I need to activate options. Create new window. HPS, DPS, reset data. There we go. But like days of character stats, chunky character sheet, all that stuff, like I just come to realize that like I don't care enough to have that stuff. No shame to those that do. But the things that I need to know, how much agility and how much of these secondaries do I have? That's it. That's all I care about. So no, you're not. Yeah, it's not necessary, but you're a nerd. Yeah, no, absolutely. I have no shame with that. Like, I'm the same guy that will sit down and, like, I sit down and study different things about my class. Like, I don't break down, like, the numbers of, like, ability damage and shit like that. I just don't care. But the things that I like to break down and deal with are things that are, like, you know, why are these talents better? Like the more esoteric type stuff. So like the hard data stats thing is just like whatever to me. But again, some people thrive off of having and knowing that information because it allows them to make certain decisions and things like that. And, you know, if that's what they want to do, then I'm 100% down to do that. If that's not what they want to do, then I completely understand that. And, you know, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and... Oh, she's cute. Hang on, I'm gonna listen to her real quick. Oh, she's cute sounding. Okay. Yeah, I'll give her a follow and I'll listen to her later. Sorry, my friend that does ASMR, she ended out for the night 'cause she has to be up in like 6 hours. Looks young. That's the one thing I've noticed. Like all the ASM artists, with the exception of Nico, they're all like super young, and I just don't understand. We'll close that down for now. Especially since Season 3 had bad login for AUG. AUG stuff has been, like, wild for a while now. Like, ever since, like, the original AUG developer, like, left Blizzard, like, it's been really hard for AUG's hooks and logs and stuff like that to function. Like, it seemed like that was the only guy that knew how to get all that stuff to work, technically. And when that guy left, no one else had the information, so it's just kind of been broken ever since. Oh, the healer left. Okay, that's fine. We'll see. I mean, it's what, 8:20, so... Can I just set up tank real quick? That is completely up to you, my dude. If you want to tank it, you can tank it. If you don't want to tank it, that's fine. Keep playing Devourer. I don't blame you. Not tonight, at least I have to do like 20 more times before pre-patch is over. Yeah. In fact, while I'm waiting, I'll go ahead and do this guy. Alright. Main cooldown, rotational ability. Good. Mobility, group utility, get there. Monkey Shree's tracked up there. He's already devoured out. No, not. Your item level 79, my dog. No. Pass you lead? Okay. Oh no, I'm good. I can edit and still see the people popping up and stuff on the screen. So like, yeah, if you want to do that, that's fine. If you just want to list your key, that's fine. What I'll do is, depending on how long each of these takes in order to get filled and stuff like that, I will probably like do one key on each of these characters, and then from there we will I'll probably cut for the night. We'll raid into somebody in the WoW space, I think. With Prepatch coming up, I'll look in that and go from there. So yeah, if you want to list this or you want to give lead back to me and I'll list this, we'll get that done. And it's just my cooldown manager that I gotta set up. The rest of the UI actually functions really, really well. Your authenticator stop. Well, pass me back the lead then, bud. Breaker, Mythic Plus, +9, relax. Alright, let's go. You'll be fine. Oh, wait, I got one thing I'm gonna move. Edit move, enhance cooldown settings. We're gonna move you down there. Alright, just check in on the socials. I am active, obviously, on... I'm not so much active on Twitter as much, obviously, with everything that's been going on with Grok. No, look, I'm kind of in, like, no place to talk because, I'll be honest, this avatar was AI made. I did generate it out of ChatGPT, but it, like, put a vision on the floor, and when I turn this thing into 2D, hopefully in the summer, it is going to be in the hands of an artist that is going to do that. That way we can add a couple of features, hopefully, and then go from there. But no, I'm very against, like, everything going on with Grok, but, like, I'm still there. I still will chat with a few people because there are quite a few people that I have networked with on there, so you can just follow me on there. But most of the time when I'm posting, if it's not a reply to somebody, it's just me talking about me going live or video stuff or whatever the case may be. Blue Sky is where I'm actually much more active. And I'm there, so sometimes you get 2 or 3 stack sign up, yeah. Yeah, sometimes, but like, we'll see. If it takes too long, he'll leave. And that's what it is. Oh my god, with that name. I should reject him for that, but fuck it. Oh, he declined it. What's wrong, Badussy? We were 5 item levels, or 5 levels? Okay. Oh, look, 10 kilo combo. Let's go, baby. I'm very not confident in that healer, but fuck it. Tank was pretty decent. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that's going to kill us in Dawnbreaker is not anything that the mobs do. It's going to be the actual dungeon itself. I had no fucking consumables on this tune. That's fun. No, not map chords. Screw that. Get me and plus timer. Right now, to be honest. Alright, flash ready. Check. Oh, it's not even my key, god dang it. Remember, it's your key, Kyle. What?
Since the decimation of our armor, we have suffered many losses.
Alright, we gotta get Shane out.
Since the decimation of our armor, we have with its complement of cannons. It can... Wait. Who are those intruders?
Give me my boomstick.
The Order of Knights is trying to steal the flag.
Kyle, you get beat to me on this character, then you should just stop playing Devour.
Secure the deck. We need to gain control of the ship.
I'll give you a little bit more crit. So I use secret technique on you. Also, this spec definitely lacks AoE right now because I don't have the Apex talent, which makes Raptor Strike cleave, and it's very noticeable. Oh, I should have. I didn't list the right pull. Whatever. I'm not gonna talk about that. I think I missed it. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of with this healer. Well, the healer did. Kyle's dead. Warlock killed the healer twice. Man's giving me the cold shoulder on YouTube. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to put the multi-stream chat up, dude. I always forget to put that up. Like, I'm pretty fucking terrible at that. He's just gonna solo this. Gonna make me lose my retention streak so I can get soul fragments. This is what I was afraid of with Dawnbreaker. Alright, let me switch over to the multi-stream chat while I'm thinking about it. So there. Now I should be able to see both YouTube and Twitch. Kyle, this is probably my last one. I've been at it for 4.5 hours. I'm starving. I need to eat. Let's see. Who's up in the WoW realm that I can raid today? What's meta too? I don't know if it's a short-term bug. No, it just the healer couldn't keep up. Cryptic is playing Deadlock. I wasn't allowed to get fragments. I mean, I'm not surprised. We'll go raid all. Let's go raid Crafty. Let me get her frickin' things. All right, so I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. We'll be doing more on that front to do some stuff. But Crafty, she's getting some stuff set up with housing, getting UI set up. Looks like she is on DK right now, so let's go give her some love and some support. I'll set up a raid message eventually. But yeah, go give us shout outs to Crafty. Appreciate her, and I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing more of this. I'll try to get the 100 keys done. And then we'll go from there. So I appreciate everyone for hanging out. You guys have a wonderful night. I just gave you a heart emote like you could see it on my camera. So have a great night, guys.